And a very warm welcome to viewers on Pro Billiard TV and RTL Luxembourg to the 2026 Predator Luxembourg Open, our first to be hosted here in the EUROTOUR's 20-year history. And what a venue we have. The newly opened GRIDX, Europe's first multi-experience venue and a sight to behold. You join us on day 2 of this 4-day event, and we kick off on table 2 here with the winner's second round matchup in the men's event. Two strong performers, Simon Kurell from Poland taking on Marko Yvanovic of Serbia. And as I mentioned, regulars on the Euro Tour. This is a 10-ball race to 10, alternating 2 breaks per player. They are under the shot clock with 1 extension per rack to be called per player, and they must break outside the box. And it looks like Polish player Simon Kurell has won the lag and will get us kicked off. Well, good power, good connection, however, has not made a ball. More importantly, has left the one sitting very pretty for Marko here. Marko coming through his last match with quite a comfortable 7-2 win over Piotr Haraschuk. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets kicked off from this dry break. There's a good spread of the balls. And the 4 does look available to the bottom left pocket. Maybe even a small chance that playing from the 3 playing from this 3, he would be able to get through the gap, but he would need to leave an angle, which he hasn't done. So he's now going to need to pick the angle to play it into the bottom right. And if he has done that, that should make a nice natural angle for the cue ball to come around for the 5, although the 9 may hamper the cue ball here. He'll be looking to avoid that. Oh, and I think that 9 was just causing him a problem, and he took his focus off the pot to try and avoid it. And that will bring Kurell back to the table. And, well, in his last match, he was in an absolute thriller against Martin Kempter from Austria. He did win it, but on the hill was a tough match. I'm sure he'll be looking to make shorter work in this one. And this is not a bad opportunity that he's been left from Marko. Well, he tried to draw it back through the gap of the 10-7. He took a chunk of the 7, but I believe he's got away with it there. Looks like he's finished nigh on perfect for the 5. Or maybe just his off angle to not get closer to the 6. So we'll have to take the longer green 6 on. But as I mentioned, from Simon's good break, there was a good spread of the balls and promising signs if he can start making balls off the break. Played that nicely, bringing cue ball to centre table. And these 3 balls will just be a nice set for Kurell just to loosen up a bit and just bed in. This will be his first match on our TV table. This one, table 2. I'll bring you an update on what's going on with table 1 shortly. Oh, he's just finished a bit straight on the last and has now just overdrawn ever so slightly. Could just drop this in and take a more, yeah, just like this, take a more longer and sure position on the 10. Centre pocket, and that will be a confidence booster for the young Pole, and we'll get the first point on the board and on his break. He will get his second break now, as both players will have sets of 2 breaks each, and that has proved a very interesting format in swings of score. So with his first break, it was dry and did leave his opponent with a look at the 1, but the bonus being for him, good spread of the balls. If he can start dropping 1 in off the break and land on the next ball, good things can come to Simon Kurell here. And just a quick note, there is another Polish player on our other table. Wojciech Szewczak on table 1 is taking on the tough young Dutchman Mika van Berkel. You'll see Wojciech on the right hand side of the screen there. And as I mentioned, with the good spread of the balls in his last break, he's actually found a ball off the break here and has a good look at the 1. The cue ball could be running towards the 2, which may just cause him pause for thought, but a decent spread and a good opportunity to push on from that first rack. He avoided the 2. Cue ball was travelling a bit. I don't believe he's going to be hampered by the 10 ball. He's just had a look at the shape he would like to land on this 3 ball. He does need to move the cue ball back up the top of the table for the 5. That should do. He's going to be drawing slightly towards the 5 ball here. And didn't draw it back far enough. I think the line that he had with the cue ball was okay. He wasn't going to run towards the 5. Just didn't get enough out of the draw. This would be a very thin cut to take on. I can't imagine he would. I believe there's a good opportunity to bring the cue ball around 2 rails to find the cluster of the 7, 8, 9. That's what he's aimed for. The 5 has leaked out slightly more than he'd hoped towards the centre of the table. That will leave a shot for Marco here, but good cue ball up against the short rail. Well, Marco's just off screen. He's having a very good look at the line he can take for this 5 ball. He's took his extension as well. Important shot. Played a good containing safety. May have even brought the 10 into play. And I said it was a brave shot because that cue ball was tracking towards the top right corner pocket. Ever so easy to scratch from that position. Just a little exchange of safeties between the players. Or did he leave a gap? I think he's left an edge of the 5 ball here, just past the 9. I do like the overhead view. It gives you a very important aspect of the table. Maybe he can't see the edge or doesn't fancy the edge. He's going off the short rail, makes contact, and has been rewarded. A tap on the table, but there's no guarantees where you'll end up. But playing it at that pace always brings that thought of danger. But this time full ball contact, and it looks like Simon Kurell is getting his jump stick out. Well, ideally been looking to make contact. I believe he's called the side pocket. Well, he made the jump shot, made good contact on the 5, and the 5 has come around the table into, well, not the safest of positions, but I don't think it will give Marco the opportunity to want to run out. He may feel it's better to put Simon back into trouble here. And he has. There is a 1 rail easier escape off the long rail next to the 1 ball. He could come across the table onto the opposite long rail, but it looks like he's going the 3rd option, and he's going to hop the cue ball over the edge of the... No, he put his jump stick back. He is going the long rail. And he's put the 5 back down the table into a unpottable position. Well, it's not got a straightforward pot from here, but I'm wondering if Simon could just feather the 5 past the 9 and roll the cue ball up towards it. Well, another safety. They are all not too difficult to get out of, but again, there's no guarantee on leaving your opponent in trouble. Now, is Simon eyeing up a 5-7 combination here? He hasn't called anything by the looks of it, so just looking to use the 7 to take the energy out of the 5. didn't get cover. Again, the Serbian putting his opponent in trouble. Better cue ball, closer to the 7, which takes the jump option out of the way. So Yvanovic has been persistent with the safety play, hasn't been rewarded with the opportunity to run out, and even now I don't believe he will take this 5 on. Well, he fancies with the position from the cue ball that there is value in this. What a shot. Played very well. Just lost the cue ball a bit, but made the pot, and after a good exchange of safety plays, to come out faced with such a distance between object ball and cue ball, and it was a difficult pot, has made it look simple. So he's called the reverse bank on the green 6, and we'll be looking to get position on the 7 as well. Good line, but look at the cue ball. Ooh. Decided to play that softly, which did bring that 8 ball into play. Called the 7 into the bottom left. We'll just be keen to make contact and not leave Kurell in with an easy 7. Oh, and as he was elevating over the 8, the moment you start hitting that cue ball a little bit harder, it can encourage the cue ball to jump, and it just jumped into the cushion, and the cue ball has been lost. It's officially left the arena. And thank you very much. More importantly, after all that hard work from the Serbian in the safety department, he's now left his opponent with a good look in at extending the lead here. Played that nicely. Left himself a bit of a stretch for the 9, but doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball. And by all accounts, a very interesting rack. Good exchanges of safeties, neither player really selling out. And after Yvanovic put in a very hearty pot on the 5, he just wasn't able to close it out. But Simon will say thank you very much and get his second on the board, and by all accounts the perfect start for him. 2 breaks, 2 points on the board, and now we'll get to have a look at the Serbian. As I mentioned, he came through a 7-2 win against Haraszczuk. And that may be down to the fact that he's got his break working well. We'll get an indication of that now. And I will bring you an update from our other TV table shortly. The match between Wojciech Szewczak and Mika van Berkel. But let's have a look at Yvanovic's first break in this race to 7. He trails 2 racks to 0. Well, good power, good contact, made balls, but that one ball has misbehaved and he hasn't got an open shot. He certainly has the edge of it. Doesn't have to play the one here. He could elect to play a push shot. Now a push shot means he can play the cue ball to wherever he likes on the table. But where it comes to rest, his opponent will have the decision on if they would like to take the shot or not. And that's what he has called, a push. And he's used that opportunity to push the blue 2 towards the short rail. And now Simon has the choice either to give it back or to take this on. He's going to take it on. And he was unable to get the cue ball behind the blue 2. He could find himself in a spot of bother here. Look to see Marco freeze that cue ball behind the red 3 and bring that one ball down the table, which he's done very well. A little bit of distance between the cue ball and 3, which will give Simon a few more options for escape, but good distance. He's called the one in the bottom right. There is a very good chance he will pot this if he makes contact. He can hit it directly off one rail, or he could choose to pick up the short rail first, near where that top diamond is on the right hand side. Oh, he went for the direct approach but ran into the 8. That will be ball in hand to the Serbian. Now let's have a look around the table. The 9 is in a funny spot. You'd need to be particular to get shape on that from the 8. But this is a good opportunity. And off his break, Marco will really want to get a point on the board here and just start to bring momentum back towards himself. Yvanovic is one of a large group of strong Balkans here in Luxembourg. Quite a few good players coming through the Serbian junior ranks, and now really making their mark on the pro circuit. Well, he's just left himself a bit more of an angle on the 6 than he may have preferred. He's going to still have that 9 ball in the back of his mind. So he doesn't want to be funny on this 7, he wants to be able to get perfect on this 8 ball. And the way he's looking at the table now, and the angle he has on the 7, he may need to come underneath the 9 ball to pot it in the top right pocket. And that That will mean more travelling of the cue ball. However, he's drawn that back quite a margin and may be able to now follow through off the 8 to indeed take the 9 into the bottom right corner. There's a small window between that 10 ball and the side rail. He seems to have played that to perfection. Now, how much angle does he have? He may elect to follow through here and run the cue ball down the table to play the 10 up into the top right or right side pocket. But he may draw back if he feels he can get enough off the long rail. Elected to try and punch it out. Important point to get on the board. Would not be prudent to let Simon get to 3. More importantly, to get one against Yvanovic's break. Nicely done indeed. And that's the first point on the board for the Serbian. Marko Jovanovic now trailing 1 rack to 2. But most important thing, winning one on his break. Now has a chance to bring the scoreline back to level. Just to note also, kicking off today, we have the women's event of the EUROTOUR. And that's actually already kicked off. If you want to get updated on the scores for that and the men's event, live scores and fixtures, please do visit EPBF.com and you will find all of the links to both events. Now, trailing 2 racks to 1, Marko with his second break. Both balls threatening the side pockets. The 6 didn't drop, the 9 did. There is an edge, I believe, of the 1, which could be the potting edge to the side pocket. This could be quite a useful break for the Serbian here. He's just come down and had a look. I believe the cue ball will thread between the 3 and the 8. Oh, and he's found the gap between the 10 and the 8 on the way back. That couldn't have worked nicer. Just have a little look ahead in the rack. The 6 and the 7, well, the 7 looks a bit more healthier for the side pocket than the 6 does. So there could be a little caution needed there, but at the moment the balls are looking very nicely positioned for him. Just while we're waiting for Marko to take his shot, you will see Wojciech just get out of his chair in the top right. Currently leading 4-0 over Mika van Berkel over on table 1. Well, a little raise of the hand. I believe he was looking to avoid contact on the 10, did make contact on the 10. It's not been too bad a result though. And if he feels that he can take that 7 into the side pocket, that will make his pattern here a bit easier. He will not need to move the cue ball too much from the 6. Great camera angle showing he just has a little angle. Would not have been all over if he was straight. Could just freeze the cue ball, but I think he would like to try and get above the 6 here. Like this. So really pushing on from that last rack. He's decided to bring it down to find the gap between the 8 and the 10. Has done that very nicely. Needs to be particular with these side pockets on these beautiful Predator arc tables. They are not forgiving. He shouldn't need to go at this too hard, so just drop this in to encourage it. But we have seen them going in at pace get rejected. Not a problem. And looking very good to bring the score back to 2-2. It will then have gone with break so far in this match. And it could be a battle of who breaks their opponent's break first. But yes, indeed, very nicely done. And both players getting some good table time, both looking in stroke. And as I mentioned, if it's to go with break, it's going to be who breaks their opponent first. In summary, I would say Marco having the better of the breaks. So maybe a small advantage to him. So Simon Kurell from Poland to break. 2-2 in this race to 7. Makes the 1 off the break, stays at the table, and that 2 has dressed up rather nicely over the side pocket. Now it's going to be about getting position from the 3 to the 4. If he can just gently drop this 2 in and hold for the 3. Oh, needed to be played so softly. Did he leave himself the potting angle on this 3, or is he covered? I would suggest he's covered himself, and that's very unfortunate. Oh, he could, and he was able to maneuver the cue ball between the 6 and the 7, but he's fallen foul on the 4. Was always going to be tricky to get anything on the 4, but a great pot nevertheless. And there looks like there may be a window. If so, that will certainly help. Closer inspection, and he's returned to the cue ball, calling the top left pocket. So bank shot on. And straightened up with the side effect that Simon put on it to hold the cue ball for the 5. And that has left a good tempter now here for Yvanovic. The cue ball's a little close to the side rail. Just means he can't dig into the cue ball as much. May need to elevate, and that will increase the difficulty of the shot. Centre pocket. It's probably made the better of the longer pots so far in this match, and that can only help boost the confidence. Now he's having a look at where he can get the cue ball for the 6. As you can see, the brown 7 is hampering it. He's in good shape to float the cue ball up towards the top left of the table. Would ideally like to float it over centre line. Yeah, he's played that very well. Now, can he avoid the 7 and come around it? It's a little bit thinner than he'd hoped. If he can avoid the 7, that will make life a little easier. He did. And this is now in the driver's seat. And what a time to put a point on against your opponent's break. Really does seem to have a squirt of confidence in him. You can imagine making them longer shots centre pocket have helped as well. He seems to like playing the draw into the long rail to bring the cue ball back out. Seems to be a favoured shot of his. He's been using it to great effect so far. Just like that. And very strong stuff from the Serbian. This will be 3 on the bounce. Okay, the first 2 were with his break. His opponent won both his breaks to take the first 2, but yes, 3 in a row, and the first one against the break for Marko Jovanovic. And really good signs for the young Serbian here. Just wondering, but yeah, just wondering what Simon was doing there. Looks like if that's the nickname on his shirt, it's Zgu. Or maybe Shku. Be interesting to find more information out about that, but now important that he holds his break here and does not let Marko run away with it. Oh, good power, good contact. The 9 nearly dropped, but it is a dry break. Marko to the table with no obvious shot on the 1. However, where the 2 ball is, there may be value. He takes a thin cut to that pocket that he's just tapped to, because there's every chance of finishing safe if he is not successful. And that's what he's called. And a lot of traffic to get the cue ball behind. Was he successful? He's just had to crouch down to check. From here I would suggest he has, and that's a tricky spot that he's left the one ball in there. Oh. Looking to swerve. A bit of masse. Oh, to great effect. Oh, wow. What a result, though. Called the pot, swerved around and made the pot, but the cue ball, with the spin it had generated, followed it in into the top right corner, and it's ball in hand. And well, you can only feel for the Polish player there, but for Marco, his safety was rewarded. Now what can he do from this opportunity? I think he was looking to come over a little bit further to the right to take this 3 onto the top left. And there is, I was going to say, a small chance of taking a combination on here, but no, he's called the bank. I'm sure there'll be an element of safety in his mind. And there was. It was getting cover behind the 7. Has he achieved it? Maybe not. But he played that in such a fashion that if he did make the pot, he was left on the 4, and if he had rattled the 3, he should have found cover behind the 7, but he may not have now. So not the easiest of opportunities for Kurell, but an opportunity nevertheless. He's just had a look to see where the cue ball will travel off this long rail after he makes contact with the 3. There's a lot of traffic. The 5, 6 and 8 are lurking over there, so very tricky pot. Oh, he avoided the balls on the way across, but not on the way back. And even with contact on the 6, it's just created a bit more trouble. Looks like he's going to go airborne here for the 4. He wasn't far away. Where's the 4 ball going to end up, though? Not where he would have wanted. The only saving grace is where that 6 is positioned. It's blocking the natural position to play it into the bottom left, and if there's not much to work with on this 4 ball, that's going to make life quite tricky for Marco here. Well, he looked to bring it around the jaws. May have just caught a jaw a bit thick. Now he'll be looking to keep the cue ball safe behind the 6, but where that cue ball is, he's going to need to dig down. Didn't hear a call. There was no call, and he was looking full for cover on the 6. Hasn't got it. Now what can Kurell do here? I do see a shot where he could maybe play the cue ball safe around the 8 and leave it behind the 8. He's called the bank into the side pocket. Interesting. Oh, he fancied it and he went full-blooded. That is not going to work out, or is it? Ooh. Well, the tap on the table from Simon would suggest he's not left this on. Marco's having a good look. Being left-handed helps here. Oh, how well has he played that? That is a very nice touch from Yvanovic. And where that 8-ball is, that takes away the one rail escape, the short way. This is very tricky, and Simon's been forced to go up and down the table here, so full table to travel. Good contact. The cue ball, oh, has been lost into the corner pocket. And disappointment for Kurell there. That's got to be a difficult pill to swallow. Good escape. Now, the first 3 balls for Marco, all grouped together. But he needs to pick off the 7 before he comes back for the 8. And this, the key shot. The 9 sat very nicely over the side pocket. You will not need to do too much with the cue ball to hold for the 10. So it's all about getting on this 8-ball. Well, I would say he's 50-yard line, but it's not a bad angle to take this 8 on. Can let the cue ball do the work. Wants to be a little bit mindful of the scratch if he is to play this a bit too firm. First made sure of the pot. Secondly has avoided the scratch, and great stuff from Yvanovic there. He's made a couple of crucial pots in this match so far, and really that's where I would say the edge is between these two players. As I mentioned, not much needed doing off the 9 to land on the 10, and well, this will be 4 in a row for Yvanovic, and the last 2 coming against Simon Kurell's break, and we will see Marco Yvanovic back to the table to start his set of 2 breaks. Just a little update on our other table between Wojciech Szewczak and Mika van Berkel. Well, Wojciech was 4-0 up in that when we last looked. Now, Mika van Berkel only trails by 1, scoreline 4-3. Just having a look to see if there are any other highlights out there. There are a few results. Mustafa Alnar has beaten Sambor Stacevac 7 racks to 3, and the Frenchman Paul Vilchepardo 7-0 against the Turkish player Orhan Balioglu. Looks like on our table, Simon has taken a break. We will take a short break with the players. I'll be back to you very shortly. I'll leave you a little look at the action on table one while I've gone. See you soon. Well, a warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the culmination of this matchup, winners' second round match between Simon Kurell of Poland and Marko Yvanovic of Serbia. The story so far, well, Simon won the first two with his break to go 2-0 up, but since then it's been all Marko Yvanovic, winning both of his breaks and breaking his opponent twice, and is now back to the table, leading 4-2 in this race to 7. The only difference between the players, both playing strong, I feel that Marko has made a couple of crucial shots. And just timed them right. And his break may be working a little bit better, but on this occasion, that's a dry break. However, it's not left Simon with a real clear look at the one. We'll look for him to play safe here. Oh, was unfortunate there, was looking for the 9 ball. Cue ball looked to have a good line, but just had too much energy and has come through and left this on for Marko. Refused the pot. Looked to play it safe, felt that cue ball was going to trap behind the 8, but it hasn't. And a bit of return of favour here for Simon. Again, has a look at this one, but where that 2 ball is, that might be what's putting them off taking the one on. Oh, well, that's a result. Appeared that Kurell took the pot on. Was unsuccessful, but that cue ball has come into a very horrible position for Marko here, locked up on the 7. He's looking at 2, possibly 3 rail escape. If it's 3 rails, he needs to come in with a bit of premise, because he's got to hit a rail after contacting the 1. Referee in close for that one. And it was a foul. Difficult shot. Bit of fortune for Simon Kurell there. Now, will it pay dividends? He's just looking where he wants to take the opening one ball. It looks like he's taking the option for the 2 in the bottom left. Yeah, a little wince on the face of the Polish player there. He realises he's got to do a little bit more now if he was to take the pot on, and that's sort of changed his tack. He's gone safe, and what a safety to come out with. And good respect from Yvanovic there with the tap on the table. He appreciates that. That's a tough one. So 2 rails. That side pocket is looming large. Might need to put a little bit of running side on it. Not too sure he can even see where he would ideally like to hit because of the position of the 5. Oh, good line, good contact. How's the result though? Well, it's tricky cueing. Marco would probably prefer it being left-handed. Okay, so safety play from Kurell here. Is he going to try and get the cue ball behind the 8? He is. And another good safety. And this is good to watch, and really an important part of the match for Kurell, in fairness. Really could do with breaking both of Yvanovic's breaks here. Ooh. And Marco misjudged that. Wanted just to take an edge of the 2 to get distance between it and the cue ball, but missed it completely. Now let's have a look over at that 4-6 cluster. If the 4 passes the 6, that will make decision making a little easier. But first the 2 to the 3. And he's played that well, got the cue ball as close as he could. Played that well, killing the cue ball. That would suggest the 4 is on. It was on indeed, and he's played that well. And this is a good opportunity here, and I have to say, this would be good timing as well, just to snuff out that momentum of Yvanovic. Doesn't want to finish straight on this 6. No, he might have to do something different here, if he is. He's just had a look to see if he can punch the cue ball out slightly and get the edge of it past the 9. Oh, he looked to follow it through. Always a chance of scratch, or at least picking up the draw, which he has done. Now, How would you like this 7 ball? Difficult cueing off the short rail. Thin cut. Cue ball's going to be running. This shot fraught with danger. There may be a little backup that if the 7 is to remain down there, the 9 could come in for cover if he did miss it. Yeah, a bit too thin, but that's worked out very nicely. A few announcements just coming through. While they are coming through, to let you know, on table 1 coming up after this match, Filler Maciel, Joshua Filler taking on Daniel Maciel. And on this table, Maciej Snagotki taking on Salancheas. It's going to be 2 fantastic matches coming up as well. And I have a feeling this is how it's going to be for the next remaining 3 days. Now a little scratch on the chin from Marco. That is because he's left this 7 on. Played it well. Was come down just off straight, I believe, and if so, that makes it a little bit easier to get back for the 9 ball. Nice shape on the 9. Thought he would play that softer for the bottom right corner, but played it into a nicer area, comfortable for him. And what an important point to put on the board at this stage of the match. After Yvanovic winning 4 on the row, the momentum has been halted somewhat, and Simon Kurell gets the scoreline back. He now trails 3 racks to 4. However, his opponent Marco still has the second of his round of 2 breaks, so he's going to need to break again. Just a quick update on our other table. Well, I mentioned that Mika van Berkel had come back from 4-0 to trail just 4-3. Well, Wojciech has put 2 on the board, finds himself on the hill in that match over on table 1. That's now 6-3 to the pole. Made a ball. The 1 ball is tracking down towards the cue ball. The cue ball in a little tricky spot on the short rail. The 1 does have the top left corner pocket available. The 2 ball was the ball that dropped off the break, so it will be the red 3 he needs to play for next. I think he's called this. Yeah, he did go for it. That would suggest the 3 passes the 5, but what a result. Bringing that 1 ball behind the 6. A couple of rolls just going against Kurell, but he hasn't dropped his head at all. cushion needs to be made, and a cushion hasn't been hit. That's a foul. Wanted to take a bit more of an edge, or rather less of an edge, to keep the cue ball travelling. It didn't. So there's now an opportunity for Marco to regain that 2-rack lead. And I say that because all the balls are really nicely spread. There's no trouble for Marco to have to deal with. It's all going to be his position play from here. I think he's finished a little straight on this for comfort. Might just be looking to see how much of an angle he can squeeze out of this 4. Played it well. Needed to draw back off the long rail with some side to come around the 5. Oh, he's drawn back for the 6 in the side pocket. I thought he may have played that position for the 6 in the top left. It's not drawn back far enough, which means he's got to come in and out of the bulk end of the table here. He's played it well, avoided contact on the 7, but is the cue ball gonna leak? It is. It is. 1 roll less would have been great on this 7, but now, what a shift. I think he's called the 7 as backup. Top left corner. Good thick hit. Distance between the balls. This could be a tempter for Kurell here. Yeah, he calls his extension. It just looks ever so difficult to get shape on the 8, even making the pot. But it looks like he wants to take this on. Yeah, he had to play that with a lot of premise, and that did make the shot more difficult. It was close, but didn't drop. The 7 has spat back out the top of the table, closer to the cue ball, but not in a potting position, or at least with an obvious pocket. So Yvanovic is calling the bank shot. We'll be looking to get shape on the 8 ball. This would be a nice shot to make. Makes it centre pocket. Great pot. And what was looking like a good opportunity for Simon to bring the match back to level, now looks like it will be Marco's opportunity to regain that 2-rack advantage. He's taking these well. Not a clear-cut rack for Marco, but he will certainly take this point on the board and regains that 2-rack advantage. And that will bring Kurell to the table for his round of 2 breaks now, but trailing by 2 racks. And a quick update while our players take their time out. It is a result now on table 1 between Wojciech Szewczak and Mika van Berkel. Wojciech winning 7 racks to 3 on that table. And the players, or rather, Marco just taking his time out. We will take a short time out, as you can have a look at the match warming up on table 1. That will be Filler versus Maciel. We'll be right back with you shortly, though, for the rest of this winners round 2 matchup. And a warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this winners' second round matchup here at the Predator Luxembourg Open. Simon Kurell, trailing 3 racks to 5, will get us off with his first of his round of 2 breaks. Started to get the break working a little earlier, but on this occasion it hasn't. And it has left Marco with a good look at the 1 ball. The story so far, well, Simon Kurell got off to the perfect start, winning with both of his breaks. Led 2-0. And then Marco Yvanovic won 4 on the bounce. And now they are currently trading blows. Advantage Marco by nature of the score. So he's played position for the 2, but I'm not sure the 3 passes the 8, the red 3. Maybe it does. If it doesn't, he does have a good opportunity to freeze the cue ball onto the 8. But I've got a feeling from his body language, he feels this is on. Well, he clearly felt it was. He went for that. May not have got away with the result. Kurell was able to play around the 7. Now, 4 to the 5 will be interesting. He may be flat enough just to be able to follow through off the short rail and come back up centre table. And was able to bring it around and has played that very nicely. Made that look easy. Should be able to play the 5 and 6 into the same pocket here. And a little bit of travelling for the cue ball between the 8, 9 and 10 needs to just be considered. But I have to say, currently that timeout, although called by Marko Yvanovic, seems to be benefiting Kurell here. And brought the cue ball centre table. Has finished pretty much straight on this 9. Deep draw. May even take a chunk of the long rail. Does not want to take the corner pocket. Has avoided that. And now, with his break, he puts himself back to within 1. 5-4 the score, and he will get the second of his set of 2 breaks. So, fighting back after the timeout. But you will still say that the advantage ever so slightly with Marko, in that after this break he will get the next 2. And as I mentioned, coming up next on this table, Snagotki against Salancheas. More winners round 2 action. And over on table 1, Joshua Filler against Daniel Maciel. They are coming up shortly. Now a lot of movement, good contact and power, but nothing dropping, it seems. However, that 8 ball looks to be blocking the 1 for Marko here. He's called a push. And he's moved the 5 ball. Not too sure to what effect. But what it does look like is that he's left a tempter on here for Simon, and good things could come from it. The 2 ball doesn't seem to have the bottom right, well, it clearly doesn't have the bottom right pocket available. May not have the bottom left either. So just something to be considered, but making this pot will be priority number 1. Oh, and a little clip on the 6 may help him very nicely. Played very well. Now, I would hazard to say the 4 is hampering the 3, but it does provide a good opportunity for cover if he wants to play safe after taking this 2 on. And I mentioned that 4 looked very good for cover, and that's indeed what Kurell has done there. And he's got that cue ball quite tight to it as well. There looks to be a pathway 2 rails around the 10. Coming up and down the table. Good half-ball contact. And pushed the 3 up towards the side rail. That will leave attempt for a bank shot, but nothing more. Oh, is he? Yeah, he's calling the bank. And there's good opportunity to get position on the 4 from this. Oh, he's made it. And he's brought the cue ball past the 7 ball. Fantastic shot from Kurell there. Still not out of the woods yet. Needs a big shot here to bring the cue ball back. He may need to have to draw this into the long rail and back across the table. Yeah, he had to hit it hard to achieve it. And that's just caused that 4 ball to rattle in the corner pocket. It was the right shot to play. And as you can see from the cue ball, would have been in nice position for the 5. Now, a thin cut for Yvanovic. Navigated it well, holding for the 5. Well, the cue ball has run on a little bit. The longer Marco stared at it, it wasn't slowing the cue ball down, sadly. Now he's left with a tricky, thin cut. Using the extension, coming around the 7, not ideal. Plays it well, played it as delicately as he could to hold for the 7 in the side pocket. He's done that. He's going to be bringing the cue ball in and around the bottom of the table, so there'll be some movement to contend with. Just needs to be sure of pace. Oh, I said be sure of pace. I'm sure he wanted to avoid the 9, but that contact on the 9 has looked to be quite favourable. It certainly hasn't put him in trouble. And again, just looking back across the match, I do feel that Marco has played the more solid when it's come to the longer game. However, for both players, I think they're need to bring their breaks a little bit more to them if they're going to progress to the final stages of this tournament. The break will play a big role. And this 10 ball to put Marco on the hill. More importantly, it will be his turn to return to the table for the first of his round of 2 breaks. So you'd have to say pole position, this 10 ball. Which he has done. And well, useful to note, we're in the winner's second round. It's double elimination. So the loser of this match will still be in the tournament, but they will have a longer distance to take. So all will not be lost. However, I'm sure Simon Kurell will be not looking to lose this match. However, it will not be up to him at this moment. Marko Yvanovic to take the first of his next round of 2 breaks, and well, he's on the hill. You'd have to say advantage. And just to let you know, coming up on this table next, Snagotki versus Salancheas. And that will be starting straight after this one. Oh dear. Well, good power, just not the control of the cue ball. The cue ball has been lost off the table. 2 balls made it down. 3 even. But ball in hand to Simon, and not that many balls left on the table. This is a great opportunity to claw back into this. Yeah, he's played that well. He could do with a little bit of an angle off this 5, just to pop out towards the centre of the table for the 6. Which he has done. Now maybe Marco's last break was down to a bit of adrenaline in the arm, but he'll be sat in his chair now just having a think about that. And doesn't want the 10 to hamper his cueing. It isn't. Plays it nicely. This 10 ball to bring the scoreline back to 6-5. He will have to get back to his chair though, because it will be Marco to break again. And yes, as they wait for the balls to stop, it will be 6-5, and well, I wouldn't say they're alarm bells for Marco, but he will just be reflecting on that last break. He will not want to lose the cue ball this time around. Also to mention, kicking off today is the Women's EUROTOUR event as well. And if you want to pick up all the fixtures and live scores, please do visit EPBF.com. You'll get links to both events and all the live scores. Yvanovic to break. And that's looking dry. And is there enough of the one ball to take this onto the side pocket? If so, this could be a good opportunity for the Pole here. He's just watched his compatriot Wojciech Szewczak beat Mika van Berkel over on the adjacent table. He would love to bring another Pole through to the winner's third round, which is the winner's qualification actually. He could see the one, makes it, with a bump on the 7, has finished nicely for the 2. Could Simon Kurell bring us to a hill decider? I do not want to jinx it, but if he does, he will get the break. He's doing what needs to be done. Held perfectly centre table for the 4. What a comeback from this man. Would have liked that cue ball just to have come a little bit further away from the 10. Played that well, bringing the cue ball around the 6. This is good stuff. He had a real good hill earlier on today. Rather sorry last night between Joshua Filler and Adam Stankiewicz. That went all the way. Joshua Filler fighting hard to progress through, who will be playing over on our other table. It may be even kicking off now. But this, 3 balls away from also going to a hill decider. Playing these very nicely, not really running out of position or asking too much of himself. This has been a joy to watch and will take us to a deciding rack. And as I mentioned, it will be Simon Kurell's break. Now, you'd have to say that brings a form of advantage, but as you've seen in this match, the breaks have not been going either player's way consistently. But after Marko Ivanovic stealing a march, winning 4 on the bounce, you cannot take anything away from Simon Kurell. He's fought hard and with grit and determination now finds himself with the cue ball and a full rack of 10 balls. And this for a place in the next round. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are tied 6-6 on the hill. Kurell to break. made the 8, he's made the 9. Where's that 1 ball gone though? It looks like the 5 is going to be covering it. However, where it's landed, that might tempt Simon to bring his jump stick out. But if he doesn't feel he can get position on the 2, there could also be a rail first pot available on the 4, and that will bring the cue ball back out up the table, playing off this bottom short rail. So options, of course, there is always the option of playing a push shot, but this could be the opportunity that Simon needs, even if it isn't so easy and obvious. I have seen players in the past push the cue ball into a more favourable jump position to ask a question of their opponent, but not here. Looks like rail first, calling the 1 ball into the bottom left pocket, and what a pot this would be to start your account in the hill decider. Oh, he's caught it too thick. And even worse, he's left it available for Marco. Well, Marco was 6-4 in front with the break. He now finds it at 6 apiece. What can he do here? Well, there's a 5-10-7 cluster. As you can see, the 5 clearly goes to the bottom left. Be interesting to see the 4 to 5, or rather the shape he wants to get on this 4 to get to the 5. Now he's having a look at the line he wants to take. You think you'd have to feel good shape on the 5. We'll put him in prime position here. He's played it quite well. I'm not too sure the cue ball came up on the line he was hoping for. So he's got a bit of a thinner cut on this 5 ball. And now it's down to the shape he can get on the 6 after making the 5. Centre pocket, how's his cue ball? Well, he's played it in such a fashion that if he did overrun, he'd have this bottom left corner pocket on. So, good pattern play, good percentage play. And what a match this has been. Both players pulling out the stops here. Looking good on the 7. And he has made the 7, brought the cue ball up nicely. This 10 ball for a hard fought win for the Serbian and for a place in the winners qualification group. Let's not take anything away from Simon Kurell either. To get to this position, he has played fantastically as well, but it is this 10 ball. Doesn't look like Simon can look. Centre pocket, a big exhale from the Serbian, but it will be Marko Yvanovic from Serbia that progresses through to the winners qualification. Simon Kurell, though he's not out of the tournament, he will move over to the losers bracket and will have a longer journey to take. More action coming straight up after this. We will have Snagotki taking on Salancheas, and over on table 1 already kicked off. Joshua Filler taking on Daniel Maciel. But please, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly for more 2026 Predator Luxembourg Open action. Be with you soon. And a very warm welcome to viewers on Pro Billiard TV and RTL Luxembourg to the 2026 Predator Luxembourg Open. Our first to be hosted here in the EUROTOUR's 20-year history. And what a venue we've got for you, the newly opened GRIDX, Europe's first multi-experience venue. A sight to behold. And you join us on day 2 of this 4-day event, and a very strong matchup we have here in the winners' second round. Snagotki of Poland taking on Salancheas of Lithuania, and both these players have been playing very strong up until the end of last year. I've not had much chance to see them so far in 2026. It looks like Yvanovic has won the lag. This is a race to 7, 10 ball, and it's 2 breaks per player alternating. And they have to break outside the box with the shot clock. And we get kicked off with a dry break. However, Matthias to the table with no look at the 1. Could call the push. But he looks like he's looking to kick and stick. And try and freeze that cue ball behind the 7. He doesn't look completely happy with it. I think that 2 ball is hampering getting the perfect position on the short rail. He's had another good look. I think he's changed his mind. He's going to come across the long rail, maybe 2 rails. Oh, he has. He did catch a little nick of the 1 first. Oh, but look here. He's potted the 6, which means Salancheas can put Matthias back to the table. And as that 2 ball's covering the 1, that's exactly what he's done. That would suggest there's an edge. Which there was, and Matthias looking to bring that cue ball down onto the short rail and maybe even bring the 8 ball into play. Not too sure if he's done that, but I have to say one of the highlights of Snagotki's repertoire is his safety game. Maybe that's something for Salancheas to think about next time he gives the opportunity back to him. That was a nice shot by Salancheas. Crumbing off the 1 onto the 7. He didn't look too happy with the result though, and that's because the 1 ball has just travelled up too high to play it into the top left corner. So maybe a safety here. Needs that cue ball to slow down, otherwise it may find the window. For our viewers just joining us for this match, we had an absolute thriller of a match on this table just now. I'm wondering if it's a sign of things to come. A match between Simon Kurell of Poland and Marko Yvanovic of Serbia, which went all the way. On the other table was Wojciech Szewczak. He progressed through, representing Poland, but sadly the Pole in the previous match moved over to the losers bracket. But Matthias, another strong player from this Poland contingency, and well, they just seem to get stronger every year. Oh, and that will be a foul. He caught the 4 ball first there. Ball in hand for Matthias, as I mentioned. Oh, it looked like he caught the 4 first. Ah. Just keeping us on our toes. Thank you, Matthias. But as I alluded to, his safety game is really good. And what that does mean in 10-ball is that if his opponents aren't really getting the most out of their breaks, he will put them in trouble and look to turn possession back to himself. And that's what he's done here. Now he's got to be particular here to land on the 3. He hasn't done it. Looks like the cue ball may have picked up a bit of running side there. But he wanted just to be higher up to take on this 3 to the bottom right corner. Needed to be particular because the 9 was in the way. I don't think he can see the potting angle for the right side pocket. Looking for that 10. Looking for the 10. Good line. As you can see from this camera angle, not only has he got cover, but he may have just leaked the 9 into play if Salancheas was actually thinking of playing a jump shot, which he's not. He's playing short rail. Oh, has made it clean as a whistle into the side pocket, but it wasn't called. Matthias back to the table with a good look at this 4. And has got that cue ball on a shoestring. Let's finish straight on this 5. So he's followed through for the 8, and he's not happy. Just wondering if there was a little kick there or something, because the cue ball did not come down far enough for his liking. He's now left with a trickier cut up the rail. And he's come over. Well, what I would have said was come over far enough to take this onto the top left, but that 10 is in the way. So now a very thin cut for Snagotki. Played it well. How's the cue ball going to finish? Not too bad, but still needs to be treated with care. And the first point on the board, and it goes to Snagotki against the break. Jakubas returns to the table for the second of his set of 2 breaks. And just to bring our viewers up to date, over on table 1 currently is the matchup between Joshua Filler and Daniel Maciel. And another Pole representing in this winner's second round. There's a good contingency of them out there. I'll bring you updates to the scores when I can. And that is a much more promising break from the Lithuanian here. Also want to note the EUROTOUR women's event kicks off today, has already kicked off even. If you want to find out about all the scores and fixtures in both the women's and men's event, please do visit EPBF.com. You'll get links to both the events, the live scores, and the fixtures coming up over this day 3 and day 4. Now Yvanovic has taken a good opener. And now he's having a look at the 3 because of where the 9 is. He is likely going to be forced into taking on the 3-9 combination after this. Couldn't have put that cue ball nicer for this. Oh, he's hit the 9 thick. He hit the 9 thick, but it dropped. Gravity took over. And now, how is he going to get for this 4? Is he going to look for that window between the 9 and the 10? If he is, drawing it back to the side pocket would be his marker. That's not bitten enough. And I'm not sure he will even be able to see an edge of that. He might be able to see an edge. He was. Where's that cue ball going though? Oh dear. Well, he was looking for it to land on the first diamond to the right of that pocket, and so the cue ball was lost somewhat. Again, ball in hand to Snagotki, and you do not want to be doing that against this man. But in retrospect, a dream start for Matthias. He didn't win the lag. Salancheas had the break, and he's broken by the looks of it, both of them, to take a 2-0 lead early on in this match, and more so now gets to the table to break for his round of 2 breaks. And if he has got his break working, well, this could be big alarm bells for Yvanovic. Just have a quick look out over across at table 1. And that's the matchup between Joshua Filler of Germany and another Polish player, Daniel Maciel. Both these players in form. Joshua more so, you'd have to say, judging by the silverware. And he's 4-0 up in that match. I just heard a little clap. That might be a sign that Maciel's pulled one back. I'll keep you updated on that, but let's have a look at the first of Matthias's breaks. And, well, he's made a couple, including the 10. That will get respotted. But I have to say, this is a very nice look at the 1. Yep, respot the 10. That wasn't on the forefront of Snagotki's mind there. But as I was saying, this is a great look at the 1. Really, if he can just float this in, he should be good for the 2. Which he is. And a good spread of the balls. Everything has a pocket. Cue ball has run on, but he won't mind that. If he can play a stop shot on this 3. He will be very nice for the 4. Doesn't need to do too much from the 5 for the 6, and you have to say, this has the look of sort of drills these players lap up for fun. Yep. Just come over. He's going to need to move the cue ball a little bit more than he would have liked to. Would have ideally liked to have finished above the 7 off straight. Wisely calling his extension. Is he playing this with a lot of right hand effect to come off the short rail? He is. He's not done that too badly, but the cue ball has run up a little bit further than he'd hoped. You feel he's going to take this on. Needs to avoid the side pocket coming back across the table. Should be able to do that. Can focus on the pot. Ooh. A little raise of the hand because he's not left that 7 ball in a pretty position for Jacobus. But this is an opportunity for him. Probably wasn't expecting to get back to the table. If he can muster up something from here, it would be a gift. I think that's just come up too high. Quite quickly, Snagotki calling the bank shot to the bottom left. Well, he had called the bank, but he didn't go for it at all. He went for safety, and I have to say, that's not safe. Okay, good distance between the cue ball, but the cue ball's not close enough really to the short rail to hamper cueing, and it's certainly a makeable 7. This could be a good turnaround and a good point for Salancheas to snuff out the scoreline, but he's missed the 7 completely. He's hit it on the way back, so it will be a legal shot, but that was quite a margin of error there. Wow. The favour returned from Matthias. And this is certainly a more makeable 7 for Jacobus here. Nicely done. Doesn't want it to overrun. Slow down. A couple of balls too far from ideal, but you still fancy Salancheas to make this and get his first point on the board. Always a good time to do it, but especially when the first 2 have gone against the break to Matthias. And the third one has gone against the break, but this time to Salancheas. The scoreline now 2-1. Snagotki will return to the table for the second of his set of 2 breaks. And well, it's not going to go all his way. It certainly did threaten that, taking the first 2 against the head, but good persistence and opportunism from Salancheas. And there may be chinks in the armour to exploit. Over on our other table, Filler just extending his lead to 5-0. A complete contrast from Joshua's previous match, which went to the hill. No. Dry break from Matthias. Salancheas at the table. And a good look at this one. Could we see this match with the first 4 racks going against the break? That would be quite incredible. Good confident opener. Was able to freeze the cue ball for the blue too. No real problems out there. Perhaps position from 6 to 7, but players of this caliber, they will have already solved that problem in their head. A little bit straight on this 3. Played it well. And if he can get from the 5 and bring the cue ball through the 9 and the 8, it would leave a nice angle to float around the angles for the 7 off the 6, but it's going to be about how he gets position on this 5. Yes, that's slowed down enough, and that's the spot where he'd like to be. Real good stuff, and a real good response from going down 2-0. Come for the 7. Has options, can draw or follow through. Electing to draw off the long rail with great effect. And now he's teed himself up rather nicely. One mistake, one dry break, and Matthias Snagotki could find his 2-rack lead evaporating. And it has, and full credit to the Lithuanian. Didn't drop his head and has taken full advantage of a dry break from Snagotki. Brought the scoreline back to 2-2, both players not getting any reward from their break, and we're back to 2 apiece, and Salancheas to break. Who will start to get their break working first? Could be the difference between these 2 players. So 2-2, race to 7. Salancheas to break. And he's making balls. And not only making balls, but has left himself a look at this one. It's a cut, but it seems that there's a good natural path for the cue ball to come round for the 2. Might even get a little nudge out of it. Just looked like he was putting some left effect on the ball. So maybe he's a bit worried that the cue ball is going to run away from the 2. Oh. Well, he played that the right way, at the right pace, just not the right line. And that will work nicely. Should just be able, well, has options here. Could float the cue ball down to play the red 3 in the left side pocket. Could freeze the cue ball here. Electing to roll through. I think he would have liked to roll through a little bit further because he's coming underneath the 4. 4 does have both top left and bottom left pockets available. And from what was a promising break from Salancheas, it's now looking like it's going to continue with the pattern of this match so far, with both players not being successful with their break. And I say not necessarily with their break, but when they have the break, they're not putting the points on the board. Which of course makes the match very interesting, but quite frustrating for the players. I'm sure the first one that gets a break and run under the belt will start to just generate a bit more confidence and belief, but so far both players getting chances, both players taking advantage of it. Snagotki regains his lead. That will be 3-2 in his favour, with Salancheas having his second of his round of 2 breaks. So yeah, this is an interesting match to call. You can't really pick too much between them at the moment, but you do feel whoever starts getting their breaks working, both of them are capable of potting for fun. Over on our other TV table, Daniel Maciel has put one on the board, but is trailing 5-1 to Joshua Filler, so has a big hill to climb over on table 1. And as you could hear from that break, balls making pockets. 2, in fact, not such a nice look on the 1. Looked like he was eyeing up the bank shot, but nothing guaranteed for shape on the 3. Maybe looking to bring the cue ball behind the 5. And he's gone the other way. And that's not bad pace. And good cue ball. he's played that really well. Mateus could see an edge and got nearly half ball contact, which has brought the cue ball up towards the 9. It sat behind there lovely. Cuba's just having a little look to see if he fancied the jump. Oh. He may indeed fancy the jump. Oh, he's played that really well. He's nearly made the 1 as well, which I don't think he called. But if he's not got cover from the 3 and the 5, that's very unfortunate for the Lithuanian. There was a gap. And he's played that rather well to get distance between the balls. Both players taking their time. Nothing that obvious for them. So quite a few options to consider. Oh, he's looking to do similar to Mateus and bring the 9 into play. Hasn't worked for him. One doesn't have the pocket available in the top left because of the 5. Wondering if there is value in taking the bank on here. He's called the bank. Oh, he's made it. The cue ball's run into the 8, but that might not be too bad a result. Or is it? He may be forced into playing the 3 down onto the 4 here. That's what he's called, and he's made it. He kept control of the cue ball. This is now opening it into a very nice opportunity. It took a good bank shot to get this opportunity, though. Just off straight on the 5. Should be able to bring the cue ball up the left-hand side of the table, or rather down. Just like that, and well, both players looking formidable in and amongst the balls. Snagotki may be getting the better of the safety game so far, but neither really pushing on with their break, so could be still a few more twists and turns in this match. And Snagotki regaining his 2-rack advantage. And again, so far, going against the opponent's break. And now back to Mateus for his next round of 2 breaks. Will be a second round of 2 breaks. And I mentioned so far, all racks going against the break. So can the rot be stopped? And if so, who will it be? But this would be a good time now for Mateus to take a couple on his break, because it will create distance with this 2-rack advantage, leading 4 racks to 2 in this race to 7. A lot of power. Little bounce of the cue ball, but nothing dropping. A shot on the 1 for Eucubus, the 3 in a bit of a tricky spot. But yeah, a shake of the head from Snagotki as he just takes a bit of refreshment. I think he's realizing as well, the break isn't coming to him. Something needs to change. But the question is, can Salancheas punish this mistake? He's had another look at that 3. There are limited options for it, to be fair. The main option I would see is freezing the cue ball up against the 6. This looks like what he's played position for. So we want to bring his opponent back to the table in a lot of trouble. And that is indeed trouble. One rail escape, fraught with danger, and nothing guaranteed as a result. Salancheas hoping to get advantage from this safety. Oh, it was good contact from Snagotki, but the cue ball has tracked into the centre pocket, and ball in hand now for Salancheas, and no real problems out on the table for him to have to deal with. And as you can see, 4 to the 5 shouldn't present a problem. No, the 5 to the 6, and it does look quite nicely poised for Eucubus here. There is of course the commentator's curse, but both players in and amongst the balls have looked really in form. That little flick on the 10 helped. So he finished the right side of the 6 just to hold for the 7. He's not happy with the line he's left on the 7. And that's because he's a bit too flat. If he wants to try and do anything, he really has to hammer this in, so maybe he can just leave a thin cut. Oh, he's done better than that. Great shot. I thought he was resigning himself to a thinner cut on that 8. Caught a little of the 9, but still in good position. And now, looking like, again, going against the break. And this time in Salancheas' favour, bringing the scoreline back to 4-3. So neither player getting any luck from their break yet, or rather, at least any points off of their own break. They're having to get them from their opponents, and that's leading us down into a very close matchup here. And well, in complete contrast, the matchup over on table 1 doesn't look that close, although Daniel Massiol's doing his best to bring it back to as close as possible. Joshua Filler, after stealing a march, now only leading 5 racks to 3. Back to Snagotki. It looked like he took a little bit of pace out of that break compared to his others. What that has done is made a ball and left him a shot on the 1, but you feel he needs to stop the cue ball and to hold position for the 2, and that's going to be rather difficult where the cue ball is positioned quite close to the short rail at the top of the table. Oh, he's taken it on and he's looked to push through to find the gap. That's a fine margin he's playing with there. And a squint from Matthias may suggest that he's not come enough. Well, it looked close. He made that look easy. He may have even just looked to turn the cue ball a little bit around for that pot. He hasn't really fallen nice on the 3 though, but he's still at the table with a good opportunity to put his opponent in trouble. Oh, needed to avoid the 10 though. Again, nothing obvious for an attacking option here. Well, containing safety, wasn't able to bring the cue ball over behind the 7. Matthias has options. He just had a look at the 8 ball. I don't think that's the route he's going to go. Oh, he looked at the 8 to play the 3 into it. What a nice shot. And that makes it very tricky for an escape here. Would ideally like to come off the short rail, but the 9 is blocking the path for that. He's played it as soft as he dared, but on the wrong line. Now, Matthias quick to look for the next foul. 3 foul rule is in effect, meaning if his opponent were to concede 3 fouls in a row, it would be a loss of rack. And he's looked to put Salancheas in the same spot and same trouble, but there may be a gap now between the 9 and the 8 to play off that short rail with right hand side to come into the 3. Oh, he's played that well, ensuring he hit a cushion afterwards as well, and avoiding the possibility of a third foul. I'm just wondering if... I was wondering if he could thin the 3. He's playing off the short rail into it. Oh, and he's played that well in a very similar fashion to Salancheas' last shot. So, playing off the edge, looking to bring the 8 ball in between the object ball and 3. From here it looks like Snagotki has the edge available of it. Which he did. Again, not leaving his opponent in a position to be able to run out, but still good opportunities for safeties to come from Salancheas here. And the scoreline at 4-3 and the pattern this match has been playing, there's a good chance that the rhythm will continue. He's just having a... keeps looking at the 9 ball like it's going to be in his way. Called the bank. But I think that was just for insurance purposes. He's gone for the safety, and Snagotki's body language would indicate that this isn't on. So good shot from Salancheas, keeping himself well in this rack. Now, how much is that cue ball going to roll? Will it get behind the 8? It will not. Yeah, no value in going aggressive. And that could be a nice safe as well. Looks like the 6 has given him at least mostly full cover of the 3. Was very close to not hitting a rail, and I think that's what they just want to check. It was quite unfortunate not to track the cue ball behind the 8 for this next shot, but it's looking like both players are not completely sure if that 3 touched the rail or not. So a little pause in play while our referees and adjudicators just probably look back at the replay I have to say, a player was covering the aspect from our previous camera angle, so okay. I don't think Matthias is completely happy with what happened there, but it looks like he should be, because whether it hit the rail or not, it's not ball in hand. So a little bit of excitement at the midway point in this match, or rather additional excitement. Now a swerve around the 8. Has he called the 3? He's doing a balancing act with his leg. He's hopping over the edge of it. Did make contact, legal contact with the 3. However, didn't make the pot, and Matthias with a good look at this. And also a good look at the run out, as take a look at the shape of these balls. There is not a bad pattern for a layout here for him. Looks like he's just making it a little trickier for himself. Still got the edge. The cut still on into the side pocket. Yeah, played that well. Coming down a great line for the 7. Will this be the first rack in this match to go with the break? Be very interesting, bearing in mind we've already played 7 racks. It's not the most usual. Oh! No. That all went wrong. It wasn't very nice leave on the 9 either. So maybe we are not going to have a first rack in this match to go with the break. Advantage has flipped back to Salancheas here. Oh dear. Well, 2 rare misses from both players. I'm just wondering if the earlier interruption is just still lingering over the table. But that did look like forever and a day. Yvanovic was going to lap that up. But instead, we do see the first rack in this match go with the player's break. And that will bring the scoreline 5-4 to Matthias, but it will be Salancheas to return to break. And it looks like Yvanovic has just taken his time out, and we will also take a quick time out with the players. And we'll leave you with a little looky at table 1 during the wait. We'll be back with you very shortly for the rest of this quite exciting winners' second round matchup. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the culmination of this winner's second round matchup between Mateusz Snagotki and Jokubas Salancheas here at the 2026 Predator Luxembourg Open. Our second Euro Tour of the year, and this match proving to be quite an exciting encounter. Salancheas to break, trailing 3 racks to 5. He begins his another set of 2 breaks rather. And the story of the match so far is that aside of the last match, at the last rack, every other rack has gone against the break. So I'm just wondering if tides are turning. And whether they are or not, Salancheas now needs to put points on the board and really prevent his opponent from getting to the hill first. That's quite a useful shot, however. Mateusz may be able to see enough of this long rail, and you may find he'll call the 3 ball as a 1-3 combination. Didn't hear anything. Well, clearly I didn't pick up his call, because that was the shot he played, and well executed. Left himself a thin cut on the 1 as well, which is a bonus, because there was always the chance of pushing it safe. Yeah, he's played that well. And just draw back a touch to bring the 8 out of play for the 5. Well, 2 very rare misses from both players in the last rack. Looks like Mateusz has put that out of his mind. How's he finished on this 6? Does he need to draw into the 9? He does, and he plays it very well. This is the sort of play we have enjoyed and expect from both these players. Very well accomplished. Snagotki likely with the more experience on the Euro Tour scene. And he's played these very well, and will look to put himself on the hill here in this match first, and that will just take a little bit of pressure off, although both players haven't really appeared to be under too much pressure during this match. They seem to have played it in good spirit. And well, a quick update from table 1. After a valiant comeback and strong play from Daniel Maciol, Joshua Filler has taken that match 7-5 and will progress through to the winner's qualification. Who will progress through from this encounter? Well, at the moment you'd say Snagotki's in the driver's seat scoreline wise, but a good break from Salancheas here. The only problem is that 3 locked up against the 10. Just to let you know, the next matches coming up are due to start at 1 o'clock, 10 minutes from now. Then Maybe a small delay on this table due to this match running on. But coming up on table one will be Zielinski taking on Maria Hay. And on this table, Walter Leica taking on Hartka. Both their matches should be corkers. So please set your alarms, or rather, stay in your seats. Because it's hot action all day here on Pro Billiard TV and RTL Luxembourg. And Salancheas is looking to jump on this rack, feet first. Played that well to stay just low on the 6 to come over for the 7, and you feel this is a good response to Snagotki's last clearance. And what a time for a break and run. Will it be too late for the young Lithuanian? Or will it just do the trick? I'm afraid he's going to have to do it the hard way, because now it will be Mateusz Snagotki's turn to break, leading 6-4. Only needs one, and he will break the next two racks. So a little bit left to the elements. But as we've seen so far in this match, chances do come. But both players just look like in the last two racks that they've tightened up a bit after the scrappy one that preceded it. So Snagotki to break, leading 6-4. Only needs one to take this match and progress through to the winner's qualification stage. He's made a ball. The 8 in the top right corner. Thin cut on the 1 if he wants to take it on. He's calling the bank. Or is he calling the 9? I think he called the 9 as a bit of backup, because he knew he was coming over that way. He's played it very well. Is there the slightest of edges, though? Snagotki didn't look too pleased with the result. Oh, and that's why he wasn't happy. He left on an edge and the podding edge. However, Salancheas by no means is out of the woods yet. He's in a tricky spot for the 2. Oh, how well's he hit that? Oh, he needed a clip on the 9 to try and bring the 9 into play. Just narrowly avoids it. And that's the difference between a good look at this 2 ball and Snagotki being in trouble. Now, just having a look ahead, the 4 to 5 needs to be treated with care. played the 3 nicely, killing the cue ball off the 10. But as I mentioned, just getting good shape on this 5 now, key. Just wondering, that bump on the 10 has just pushed it up, perhaps in the line where he would have wanted to have left the cue ball for the 6, so just needs to reassess. Well, this is a tricky 5 to take on. I would be surprised, or rather wouldn't be surprised, if he plays it safe off this. He wants to be careful if he's going to bring the 9 into play, because if he doesn't, he'll leave the pot on. So well, he's playing, or at least calling for insurance, the reverse cross bank. Oh, he's made it centre pocket. It was not insurance. That was full-blooded. Maybe being 6-4 up just took the edge off any doubts. And now looking to close this match out with these remaining 4 balls. And let's take nothing away from his opponent. Salancheas has played very well, taken many of his chances. Very few errors from either player. And it's double elimination. We're in the winner's second round. The loser will go through to the loser's bracket and have a longer route to the finals. But Matthias Snagotki closes this match out in style. What looked like would be a close match has now resulted in a 7-4 victory. He will progress through to winners qualification. That will be Saturday. Salancheas will move to the losers rounds, and he will have a few more matches to play indeed. Coming up next on this table, we will have Walter Leica taking on Hartka, and over on table 1, Victor Zelensky against Mario Hay. We will be back very, very shortly, continuing with the action over here on table 2. So please don't go anywhere, refresh your drinks, and we look forward to seeing you back very shortly. Thanks ever so much.
Done, can you take your cue cases and jackets outside this? can lean them here on the table or here, whatever.
Good afternoon, pool fans. Off we go again. And this time around, Walter Leica from Sweden taking on Matthias Hartka from Germany. Here in the Predator Luxembourg Open EUROTOUR. This Matthias Hartka, who's won the leg and who will kickstart this match. As you can see, it's the winners round 2, race to 7. Not a lot of info available on the EPBF website on Matthias Hartka, although he has reached the last 32 stage in the Austrian Open. Walter Leica, an up-and-coming talent who's won a couple of medals in the juniors. Looking to push on and do some serious business in the men's division. That safety attempt went completely wrong by Matthias Hartka. Worst possible outcome, he's left his opponent with, well, a world of possibilities to play safe, although he's come around to have a look at the putting angle here on the 1. So that would suggest that he's going for this. Well, maybe not. Maybe it was just like a contemplation. I think he has found the full ball cover with the 7. Matthias having to come off the side rail here. He's called the 1 into the right side pocket. Pretty close he got, but unfortunately he's stuck up the 1 ball here. Walter is, well, jacking up with his cue ball. I don't really see why he has to play it that way. If he can just roll this 1 in, he'll have 2 options on the 2 ball, either into the middle pocket or even into the bottom right. No need to make this shot harder than it already is. He's a solid cueist, Walter Leica. He's put himself in a great position to take the first rank. It would be a steal on Matthias Hartka's break. excellent play by Walter Leica. Executed all of the shots exactly as planned and takes the first rack. Either of these two players, they can secure. Matthias just landed on the wrong side on the 9. Shouldn't really cause too much of a difficulty for him, but of course it would have been ideal to be on the right side of the 9. Needs to make sure that he pushes the cue into a straight line here and make the 10 ball to put his first rack on the board. And that's a solid break and run by Matthias Hartka. Nice to get involved in the match. It will be Walter Leica who will start his set of 2 breaks coming up. What a great break that was by Walter Leica. 3 balls flying in, and with an opening shot here on the 1. Now the 6 is probably the only ball looking slightly occupied, but that 6-8 combination is also available to him. Now it all depends on what type of angle he leaves himself on the 5. He could even play position on the 6. I guess we'll shortly find out after he pots the 1 and the 2 ball. Yeah, there you go. He's contemplating to try and drop the 6 into the side. Now if you can land on it straight into the side, play a gentle stop shot, which would be sufficient. Now if he doesn't land to his liking on the 6 into the side, he can always take it up into the top right corner pocket. Because one thing we have noticed is on these Predator arc tables, the moment you start hitting these balls with a bit of pace into the side pocket, they can be very unforgiving. He needed a bit more pace on that cue ball. He was playing for the 6-8 combination, but that's now become increasingly more difficult than it would have been or should have been. I had to settle for the safety, and I think he's done a pretty decent job there, although maybe there is a window at the bottom rail here for Matthias Hartka. Obviously that is a lot easier than having to go from the top rail with the longer distance. Well, he is going top rail, and in fact he has called the 6 into the bottom right. I'm just wondering if he's going to incorporate the second rail or shooting it directly. Directly was the choice, and have a look at this result. Played to a nice pace, has to be said. This was calculated. Never a guarantee, of course, if you're kicking a ball over that type of distance. But that's definitely a part of kick shots that at times can be underestimated. Playing it at the right pace or the percentage pace. It's now got him a chance here on the 6. Not just the 6, of course. Good chance to take the rack. Wonder what type of an angle he's got here on the 7. It looks pretty straight, so he's looking to draw his cue ball back pretty much where it is now. Managed to just pot the 7 in the right side of the pocket. to leave this angle even more comfortable. Drop this in or cross from side to side. Side to side it is, and just like that, goes 2-1 ahead. Some solid stuff shown here by Matthias. Both players trying to tie each other up with the safety exchange here. Walter has called his jump, but this is a low percentage shot. And he has tied up the 10 ball with the 8 ball there. So no clear favorite just yet for the rack. Well, I say tied up the 10 from this camera angle. When you look at it, that 8 ball comfortably pots into the bottom right corner pocket once that 5 ball is removed. And this 1 ball does go past the 5, but don't know whether he can. Well, I was about to say something else, but I'm not so sure whether he played the pot there or played the safety. because he has played into an area where he would have been nicely on the 2-ball. Probably a two-way shot that was. Tell you what, if he's left a gap between the 4 and the 7, that's very unfortunate. Now, if he can play a 2-rail escape here, he's got good options and good odds to leave the cue ball safe behind the 4 and the 7. If he can judge the line and the pace in this shot, I'd say he's got good odds to get this safe. The only problem is he's not hit a rail, or has he? He's not hit a rail. That's ball in hand. Ooh, I'll tell you what, I think Walter Leica is unaware that after hitting the rail, the side rail, because that cue ball hit the side rail first, then it hit the 1 and nothing hit the rail afterwards. So this is a ball in hand. Matthias Hartka also didn't call the foul on himself. What a mistake that was. Yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can rewind it back. It was a clear foul and a ball in hand, but Walter Leica, well, eventually, perhaps karma has done its job there. He gets the ball in hand, but it should have been a ball in hand on the 1 ball. It's a small detail, perhaps, in the end for this rack, but it also shows that perhaps Walter Leica is not completely present in terms of concentration. It happens. Not the best angle here on the 4 ball. If he's going forward, there's no way he can avoid running into the 7. You could make a case to drop this 4 ball in, just nudge the 7 slightly and trying to cut the 5 into the same corner pocket. Send the cue ball around the angles for the 6. Because I don't think the harder you putt this 4, you have better options in getting shape on the 5. That seems to be the plan here. Or is it? Is he trying to play safe? I think this is a very makeable shot for him. He has come around to have a look at the putting angle, so I do believe he is attacking this 5 into the bottom right. Well, he was, and in all fairness, never really got close. Well, I don't know whether I should say it's a poor shot or he's slightly fortunate, if I can use that word, not to give ball in hand away. Might have to come around the left side of the 9 ball here. Because if he's going in between the gap of the 9 and the 10, oh, he's going 3 rails. Oh. Yeah, surprised by that. That 9 ball looked like a huge ball for the 3 railer. Both players are struggling with the pace of the table. This is of course also the segment of the day where fatigue does play a part. So we kick-started the matches at 10 o'clock local time. It's now almost 3 hours and 40 minutes ongoing, which would indicate perhaps that these players have played a match prior to this. And have a look at the position of the cue ball after ball in hand. That is diabolical, has to be said. How has he landed here on the 7? Nope, that's not in, and he stuck it up. Yeah, both players are struggling out there currently. Wow. I mean, considering where he was trying to play the cue ball, that is a shocking error. I thought the way he was addressing the cue ball, he was going to play some sort of a power shot. But basically, what he was trying to do is get that cue ball, you know, past the 10 by a foot, and not having made the 8 ball ever after having such a straightforward pot is, well, very disencouraging for him. A lot more that Walter could have done there, so that's a good shot, all things considered. Matthias now once again looking to play a kick shot. Surely not again. Is he trying to go for 3 rails now? Just around the back of the 10. He might get this save. Well, not quite. This does go into the bottom right corner pocket. It's a good putt on this. You feel he would always have position on the 9 ball as long as he plays this with topspin. Don't know whether he can draw the cue ball towards the left side of the table. If not, if it's too straight, it'll have to be on the right side of the table. I think he can just manufacture an angle. Yeah, put the 9 in the right part of the pocket. This is to make the score line go 2-all. Walter Leica is taking a timeout, so I'll have 5 minutes to return to the table. Just gives myself an opportunity to take a small break. As you can see, Mario Hay on the other table taking on Viktor Zielinski. He's now made the score line 2-4. So there's a lot of pool action available to you guys. Walter Leica back to his seat. Grabbing a refreshment. Matthias did get a ball on the break, but no opening shot, it would seem like. Considering the angle on the 2 ball and also the cue ball being slightly hampered by the 6 ball, there is a case to say just have your cue ball land slightly and gently on the 10 ball. It would probably present Walter with a pot on the 3 ball into the top left corner pocket, as well as a cut into the middle pocket. It's not like he hasn't got other options. It's just one of the available shots to him. No, in the end he did run into the 10, but he's landed absolutely perfect on the 3 into the side. So 4 into the corner, 6 into the same side pocket. No real problems at the table. He should make this 3-2. If you can get the cue ball anywhere near where it is now, that would be sufficient on the 8 ball. Perhaps, well, let's say straight. That's no problem, of course, as you can see. Same rules apply. If you can get the cue ball where it is now, you would have a lovely and comfortable angle on that 9 ball to punch the cue ball on and off the side rail. Yeah, this is still okay. Nothing wrong with that shot. Now some players like to use the second side rail, and other players just, you know, play it off one rail. Just a matter of preference. It's all about the line and pace. The line is good and the pace is good as well. Now this rack is a bit more encouraging, a bit more fluent as well by Walter. Doesn't want to be involved in the slow and tough slugfest. When you can reel off racks like that, they cost you very little effort. And it's the energy he's going to need in the latter part of this match, if it goes close, of course. Nothing down on the break, and even worse, he's left a easy starter for Walter Leica. Now, the first positional shot seems to be the most tricky one. That 9 ball is quite a hindrance. So he's looking to place his cue ball on a parallel line of the 9 ball, just towards the left side of the table, to be able to put the 2 into the same corner pocket. Oh, that looks a bit hard to me. Yeah, that was, like I said, probably the most challenging positional shot in the rack. Is now having to jump this makeable jump, but hard to get position on the 3 ball. Needs to get, ooh, I was about to say backspin. That's gone completely wrong, and well, no points for guessing what will be up next. Matthias has to put his opponent glued behind the 5 ball, try to get some separation with the cue ball and the object ball, which is the 2 ball in this case, of course. And also try to force your opponent to at least use a second rail, or even an additional third. I don't believe the 1 rail escape is a possibility, so all in all, a pretty decent shot. second foul by Walter Leikre. And I wonder if Matthias feels like he can trap his opponent with 3 consecutive fouls, which would mean you win the rack, but you know, simultaneously this is a good chance to clear the table. Sometimes that 3 foul rule can dingle over your head like a carrot, but you just have to play the right shot at all times. That is, I think, a non-negotiable when you're out there in the arena. Easier said than done, of course. But it's looking like he'll be going for this run out, which to me also seems like the right option. He's left himself a bit thinner on this 5-ball just to play a, well, pretty straightforward shot, positional shot. So he might have to use a couple of rails now. Well, at least one rail, that's for certain. But you know what I mean? If he would have been a bit straighter, it would have been a straightforward shot. Now he's having to use a lot of side spin, a bit more pace. You can't really say he's retrieved the situation just yet. Now if he can pot the 6 into the bottom left, swing his cue ball around the back of the 8 and the 7 on the right side, and get his cue ball, well, he's going 6 into the bottom right. If you can get a similar type of angle on the 7, that would be absolutely perfect for as far as he is concerned. A bit more distance, but a comfortable pot in the end. Once again, he wants to ensure that that cue ball will go high enough for him to have a comfortable pot on the 8-ball. Seems a bit surprised by the bounce on the bottom rail, but he seems, you know, in no difficult area. Yeah, sure, he's a little bit hampered, but he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Just, you know, pot this 9-ball. Don't make this overcomplicated. Up we go again. One ball down. No direct pot here on the one, but I think it's a pretty easy one rail pot. And it's one where I feel like there is a lot of value in going for this, because when you make it, you'll have automatic position on the two ball as long as you don't overhit this. You're looking to drop this one ball in. He's using the mirroring method. It's where you multiply the imaginary cue ball distance towards the closest rail. There you go, a pretty easy shot, and is off again. Clearly see he's not happy with the angle. He's left himself on the 6 ball here. Thought he might have been able to run it through the angles with a bit of topspin and a side spin. Had to settle for this longer distance shot on the 7. Now, also worth mentioning, after the conclusion of this round of matches, we'll have a short break on our live stream. And we'll be back to provide you with live action and commentary from 4 o'clock local time, which would be exactly 2 hours from now. Walter Lycra always reminds me of that video game character, Street Fighter Guile, soldier. Reminds me of him. Perhaps just a little less toned, but Matthias, in the meanwhile, missing a straightforward 10 ball to draw level. Now it's his turn to take a timeout. Visibly disappointed. More than understandable, of course. As we have a quick glance on the other table, on table 1, Mario Hay is making a comeback. He was 4-0 behind, but it's now looking like going 6-5. Victor Zielinski still on the hill, and well, I wouldn't per se go as far as to say comfortable lead, but it's still a lead, even if Mario does clear up here, which it seems like very likely. So Matthias Hartka back from his timeout. Walter with another good break. Tough opening shot, but it's a makeable one. It's one where he can play it with a bit more pace. Send the cue ball twice across, side to side. The slower you hit these type of balls, the thin cut, the harder they become to putt. But if you can play them with a bit more firmness, they become slightly easier. Yeah, unfortunately it did hit the side rail quite early, which meant he's not going to putt the one. Came very close, as you can see, but this positional shot is not as easy as it might look. That one ball is pretty deep in the pocket, and he's desperately looking to avoid running into the 8 ball here. Yeah, nicely played. Could have done with a touch more on the cue ball there. A little bit careless to leave yourself up with, you know, a bit more work to do on the next shot. Safely in though, however. Has to make a decision here. Either draw the cue ball back at least a diamond, maybe a diamond and a half, or just drop this in and be a bit lower on the 8 ball. Yeah, diamond and a half back, which meant also simultaneously that cue ball would just go a bit further away from the side rail. Makes this next positional shot straightforward. This shot. I think he's left it out for the hole. Yes. Hasn't been a strong line in the match so far. After getting 1 or 2 backs, just draws level and then Walter pulls away. Nice recovery shot there by Walter Leica. Had to use a side rail, and well, I wonder if he's even contemplating to play in between the gap of the 9 and the 8. I suppose where the cue ball is now, in between the gap of the 8 and the 10 ball, would be even better, but he doesn't have to take that risk. I think there is a way where he can putt this, go forward with a bit of side spin, come off the right side of the 9. He has played for the gap between the 9 and the 8, so you would feel this is the key shot. It's pretty tight, as you can see. Doesn't have to play this jacked up, of course. He can even elect to roll this in. But he does prefer to play this with a bit more authority. And have a look at this. Wobbled the jaws, wobbled the opposite jaws, and he's left a sitter for his opponent for the 6 into the attempted corner pocket. It's always nice when you have, you know, the last 2 balls wide in the open, pretty central of the table. Does take off the pressure. I'm trying to land perfect on them. Needs that cue ball to hold up. Yeah, that's fine. You can either draw this directly or use the side rail. One of the very few players that doesn't actually use a glove. Safely in this routine 10 ball to take the lead for the first time in this match. And what a moment to do so. As you can see, getting shape on the 2 ball will be the biggest challenge here. Not just getting shape on the 2 ball. We'll have to either develop the 3 ball or take on that tough combination. Now the combination seems pretty makeable, but controlling the 3-ball afterwards is the key factor, you would have thought. Well, everything went wrong in that shot. I wonder if Walter will play safe here. You could send that 1 ball towards the 2 and the 3. Hide his cue ball behind the 8. I think it's a two-way shot, because if you can develop the 3 ball, the next ball in hand, if you would get a ball in hand, of course, you have a chance to run the table. That was, of course, the second foul, consecutive second foul. Now, not entirely convinced whether Walter is going to play the safety here behind the 3 ball, or pot the 1 first and maybe then play the safety. No, safety play then. Oh, he's got the hook, and not per se the most straightforward escapes. There's a lot of pressure on this. Referee has been called towards the table. Needs to hit this, otherwise he will lose the rack. That is an unreal escape. Every credit to him. The rack was on the line, and sure, he's given an opening shot away on the 1, but as you can clearly see, that 2 ball and the 3 does not pot directly. Well, the 2 perhaps it does, but the 3 it doesn't. Great safety return that was, given the circumstances. Granted stuff by Walter Lycra so far in this rack. Keeping it tight. Matthias has called the 2, passed the 3 into the corner pocket closest to his bridging hand. That's a foul. No real hit. Yeah. No real hit after ball making contact with the object ball, of course. wanted that cue ball to travel just a tad bit further. So I'm wondering if the scratch is on here. This is a little gamble here. The scratch does look like the natural angle here. Yeah, I think that's the best way to play it. A little bit fortunate, yes, but he did play the right shot. If he would have dropped it in, I would have feared the worst for his cue ball. At least he's played it in such a way to guarantee that the cue ball wouldn't drop into the corner pocket, and got rewarded for it. Now needs to push on and level the scores again. Walter back with a set of 2 breaks. Of the 2 players, you have to say he has been breaking better of the 2, as you can see here. Potted the ball and has got shape on the 1 ball here. Take the 2 into the side. Wants that cue ball to travel down the center line of the table. Now he can either use 2 short rails or just the 1 here. I think if you want to make the putt a bit easier, it's handy to use that second short rail. Nicely played. Comfortable enough to hold the cue ball. Needs to make sure he leaves himself an angle. He is a right-handed player, so I think it would be in his favor if he can draw the cue ball into the center line of the table, where the 9 and the 5 doesn't come into play when he gets down on the shot. I was expecting him to play that with a bit more pace, but he's still completely fine, as you can see. But just that 5 and the 9 a little bit hampering getting down on the shot as you would be doing normally. Now he has a couple of options available to him. I think he can draw the cue ball into the side rail. See, that 5 ball is close enough towards the pocket where you can really pick and choose how you would like to pot it, which will manufacture a slight angle. This is still in prime control. You can either go forward or draw the cue ball back. It's a matter of preference, really. I don't think he has the risk going forward. He seems to be going forward with this. Well, perhaps not. So when you're going forward, that 10 ball's coming into play. If you draw it back, it will never hamper you. Very solid break and run by Walter Leica, and he's desperate to repeat that and finish off this match. But that was solid stuff. That's one thing that's for sure. This is exactly the type of opportunity Walter was hoping for. Now you would feel that getting from the 4 onto the 5 is probably the only part in this run you would feel like it might go wrong, or it could go wrong. The moment he lands, let's say, where the cue ball is now on the 5 ball, although it's looking like he's gonna play position for the 5 into the side. Yeah, looks pretty straight to me. Now, sure, he can play forward with a touch of side spin, but that 10 ball does come into play if you play it that way. If you draw it back, you would have that 5 into the bottom right corner pocket. Not made up his mind just yet. It's all because of the angle he's left himself. Perfectly executed though, has to be said. And realistically, there is absolutely nothing in his way now to clear the table and get this match over with. We'll be back in action tomorrow. As for his opponent, well, he will prevail into the losers round 4. That goes without saying that Walter has to put these 4 remaining balls. And after having had a, well, pretty toughly contested match, he's closed out the match in style. 2 break and runs on the spin, which is a good confidence booster. He's a very talented cueist, as you can clearly see. Now, doesn't want to be overly cute with this position here on the 9 ball. Leaving yourself an angle is way more important than to get too close on it. And he's done that. And it is this straightforward 10 ball for the victory. Just taking his time. He'll be feeling very relieved. In the end, strong performance, strong reply. 2 consecutive break and runs. Now, it is worth mentioning for all the viewers and listeners, we'll have a short break of 1 hour and roughly 20 minutes before we will return with live action and live commentary. So keep an eye out on our streams, and we look forward to see you back on our channel. We're logging out for now, and we hope to see you back soon. Bye for now.
table number 2, Marion Jude, Vivian Heine. Marion Jude, Vivian Heine, table number 2.